What up? Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Gotta fix the mic real quick. It's still falling. Might need to adjust my mic arm. Boom arm, whatever you want to call it. What is up? Cam check, mic check. Real time. The stream is supposed to say Tekken 8. I don't really know what the plan is. That's one to live for. Either that's one to die to. I try to just throw it at you, determine your own adventure. Andre got to the station, niggas.
Hey.
What up, Decoy? Yeah, so I actually don't really know. I actually just want to play some Inferno Hordes. I actually missed that content. Believe it or not. You said Aslot. You said, but why? Why back to live content or live season? Because, PTR is over. But, what up, Travs? Is that why back to live? Well, what else you want me to do? So you enter a crystallized state only to emerge when VOH drops. There's too much time for that. Space Marine. So okay, all right. Tell me more about Space Marine. What is Space Marine about? How about that? How about we start with that? Like what kind of genre is you beat shit up? Okay, that's appealing. That's appealing. Warhammer is lit. There's also what is it? What's the name of that game? There's also Black Myth, I guess. Travis Bartlett is this, so why always 30 minutes of this? It ranges. Sometimes it's like 15 minutes, sometimes 18 minutes, sometimes it's 20 minutes, sometimes it's 30 minutes. It just depends. I mean, I don't purposely do it just to upset you, but I do have pretty spotty internet. So a lot of times if my connection appears weak, which I won't know until I actually start the stream, then I can kind of just stop and try again later. So typically speaking, the pre-stream is usually to kind of take care of all the stuff behind the scenes that you don't really get to see. So I know it may not make much sense if you don't stream, but like it's generally better to do that. I used to not do that, and yeah, that was not good back in the day. All right, let's at least log on. I do at least want to do some Inferno Hordes. Now in terms of later on, not quite sure, but I did say I was gonna make a druid, so I do need to stick to my promise of doing that. So maybe that'll be later on this week. You said, when does Maxroll update the site? In terms of what exactly? Because we do updates like very often. So like, what part of the site are you looking to see updated? So I have the same issue and last with bad negative buffer going at content. That doesn't really help if your net is just losing packets, period. I think that's kind of the issue. I tried a lot of different remedies and none of them really seemed to work that well. So I was just like, all right, well, whoa. Wrong character. Where is my life character? These are eternal. Seasonal. Yeah, I guess that this is he. But there's no chest on it, so maybe I was doing no, because that's Tyrio's might. Update the planner, just seeing that other D4 planners already showing. Paragon versus Spiritborn. Yeah, but pre so here's part of the issue with that. One, I know we tend to be a little later on making sure that our planners are up to date, quote unquote. That's probably the best way to put it. But our planner is also a bit more involving, and also when it comes to content that we don't know we have permission to share, we get a little like antsy about it. So like Maxroll tends to be in good standing with Blizzard per se. So, and it's also because we don't end up sharing things we aren't supposed to share. So the reason why you don't see a Spiritborn thing right now, or a fully fleshed out born Spiritborn thing, is because we don't even know if we actually have permission to do that. Now, if you data mine or whatever, then obviously you have the information to do whatever you want to do, but it doesn't mean that you have the right to do it. You see what I mean? Daisy, what's going on, man? Appreciate the follow. So we are a little careful because it's like if we get any sort of information, we know that we're not going to go behind their back and post things without their permission. So like there's only but so much that we tend to like try to display, and we want to be careful about that stuff. So there might be other sites that may not care, but there also may not be as like they're not, I won't say they because I'm not going to mention any specific names, but some sites are not necessarily as trusted by Blizzard due to those reasons. So that's why we're a little more careful with what we reveal and things, especially if we do not know if we have permission to do so. I forgot what I was doing on this character. What was I doing on this character? I think it was like a note. Was it like a? No, I have Tyrion's mount on this one. So where in the world is my Heartseeker stuff? Why is my game so like where's my frames? I'm sitting at 41 frames. Why? That's so weird. Go to the wardrobe. Frames have left the chat. I know, right? Yeah, but even then, with that being said, our planners are a little bit more difficult to update just because of how involving they are in general. But so just kind of expect that going forward in the future. Yeah, yo, where are my frames? I mean, generally I don't do ultra, but why is everything set? Yeah, everything is set to okay. All right, we need to just, that's kind of weird. Playing on the Switch console. Vessel of Frameage not out yet. Uh-oh. Encoding overload. Uh-oh. I know what's going on. I know what's happening. Yep. And I know exactly what's happening. All right, we got to get back in. I know. Kind of fix. You assume it's a lightning spirit source frying the servers, but Makuna's playing Chain Lightning right now, right? I think he's giving Lightning Spear a slight break. McJibs. Also, JR, appreciate the prime. So in season 6, where do we farm our items like to get ancestral gears? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. A part of me believes that, and this probably copium, and I'm going to admit that it definitely is probably some copium, but a part of me thinks that there's three in-game activities in which probably has a higher drop rate for stuff like that we didn't get a chance to play in the PTR. So I assume that is probably the case. I don't know. I can tell you I have not heard anything related to I mean, I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't heard anything in terms of like the devs directly addressing that. So I don't know. Hey, we got some frames back. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay. I actually think it might be the encoder I'm using for the YouTube stream. But why am I having problems with this today when I had zero problems with this in the PTR and before the PTR? But if my stream is getting affected, then I'm assuming. I mean, I have a 48. None of this should be an issue, but. I don't care about all that clutter. File quality, I don't care. Context shadows quality, I don't care. The quality in general, I also don't care. Yeah, why am I only sitting at 100? That is weird. Like super weird. Am I still lagging on stream too as well or not? It would make Infernal Horrors loot chests more desirable. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we just don't we don't have enough information in general. Hey YouTube, hold on YouTube. I might need to restart you. So if I disconnect there, just it shouldn't, but we'll see. Oh wait, can I? Wait, there's no way I can change the encoder while I'm live. Is it gonna actually let me do that? Ain't no way. It did. Wait, what? Yeah, it did. Wait, how? How's that? Really? I can actually do that? Yeah, okay. It seemed like my CPU was being boggled down, but okay, so changing the encoder got my frames up a bit. Still not where it needs to be, but it's better. Okay. Let's go find out why my character is like half naked. And apparently I was playing with that's weird. Sorry, chat. I don't even know what characters were doing what. Guess I only have 2 seasonal characters. But where in the world is all my other gear? I bought a PS5 Portal remote player. Kind of shocked how well played. Really? There's my friends. Okay, we're good. And Twitch looks fine. All right. Yeah, I don't even. I guess all my gear is here. On the side. Okay. I do need to put bring that back though, I think. A shroud, that, no. No, that's it. Sorry, chat. It's only been a week, but I legit don't know what any of my characters are doing. Going back to I don't even know where my stuff is. I swore I was still, at least I thought I had my Heartseeker set up normally, but apparently the game said no. So I guess I was playing Combo Point Barrage, Cobra. Yeah, I was playing Cold Barrage for fun. You know what? Might as well. I honestly don't feel like building this character. We'll just. Best advice on how to get a GA bow with dex and damage over time. Probably Infernal Wards. Honestly, or trading at this point. It is towards the end of the season, so I mean stuff is really inflated, but you might have a better chance of like getting something now because people are probably caring a little less. J Rockets, what's up? I agree. I can't even look at my character's name. All right, let's put these boosts back. And let's just have some fun with Barrage for a little bit, and then I rebuild my other character. I think is all right. Sure, why not? And open that. I'm still lagging a little bit. Also, I'm missing some pots. Pretty sure I had health pots. Did I not have health pots? Health elixirs. J Rockets, what's going on? What I'm doing today? Still a little frustrated. Still haven't got the cops to come out to be able to take a report so I can get my car fixed. Yeah. You really can't get 2 or 3-star GA drops in the 4. You can. In the main chest you can. Or the 60 chest or whatever can. Now getting the drops you want might be a little different. Like, or getting the stats you want, but yeah, it might be a little different. But like getting 2 GA drops isn't too terribly difficult. You missed the card thing? Oh, so I got I was involved in a hit and run on Monday. So somebody hit me from the back, kind of, and just left. And tried to call the cops about it. 5 hours later, I still sat there. They didn't show up. 4 hours later, they called me back asking if I was still there. And obviously, you know, after 9 hours, no, I wouldn't be. Then they, you know, say, okay, well, can you go back to the scene? And I said, sure. So I went back to the scene, waited 3 more hours. They didn't show up. So I'm like, okay, screw this. Next day, go to the police station to file a claim. Apparently, there was no cops at the police station. Some representative that was standing outside was like, or standing in the lobby was saying that they're all out on duty or whatever. And now I have to call them to whatever. And I'm just like, okay, but I called them twice. And he's like, well, I don't really know what to tell you. You have to just keep calling. I'm just like, well, I'm not going to sit there and just like wait in the empty parking lot or wait on the side of the road for what seems like a half a day for them maybe to show up. Right. And yeah, so it's been 2 days. I still have yet to be able to file a claim because I can't file a claim without a police report in the state that I live in. So that is kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah. That is where I'm at right now. Wow. I deserved that. I deserved that. That was bad play. Yeah, so that's kind of what's going to be my week of trying to figure out how to, you know, get a claim started, since I have no idea how to get the cops to show up to said issue. So okay, so this is without the Starless. I thought I had the Starless on, but apparently I don't. The cops are probably all bar mains. I mean, that would explain it, honestly. Sean said that's how I played entire season and never seen the GA, a 3-star GA. I mean, I've seen like maybe 1 or 2, but like, I mean, I honestly don't really know what to tell you. Like 3-star GA with all the, or sorry, 3 GA with all the stats you want on it is extremely rare. Like, ain't like everybody's just dropping them. You're totally not alone in that, I promise you. Instead, I probably wouldn't focus on trying to get a 3 GA rather than just getting maybe 1 GA with the right stat on it. You don't necessarily need a double GA on most slots. Hell, I don't have a double GA in most slots for most specs I play. What does my aim look like? For this, pretty good. The +1 weapon mastery kind of hurts, but outside of that, pretty good. I know why I switched out rings, but I do want to put back on the whatchamacallit though. Was I in my car when it happened? Yeah. I luckily didn't suffer any injuries, but or any major injuries. I'll put it that way. So yeah, but I've never actually been in a car wreck before or a accident before. So it's like the very first time. So it was actually a pretty big shock. And I guess I was just kind of, you know, surprised that there was a lack of response there. I guess I'll just switch out this ring here. Really need 2-star GA, dex, and damage over time. So when you say need, what so what is it that you are not able to do now that if you got a double GA bow that you'd be able to do instead? Ice Trade, what's going on? So this is the Cold Barrage. This is actually technically is on Maxroll, but it's on the variant. It's actually mentioned as variant. And I'm choosing to do Heartseeker as my basic attack instead of Puncture. It's a preference. It doesn't really matter what you do, but I just prefer. I don't like Puncture in general, so I do things I like instead. Which ironically helps with the single target issue of Barrage, anyways. Especially when there's no Umber Crux involved, because you get the 15% multi. So. But yeah, Sean Gibbons. I don't know. I don't know if you heard me. What is it? Do you can't do the hordes? I promise you that having a GA, having a double GA, dex damage over time won't change the outcome if you already have one GA dex. Like having a GA damage over time will not get you from like T6 to T8 or something, or even T7 to T8 actually. In fact, you're probably not even gonna actually notice a tangible difference. Will it, you know, will you have more damage? Sure, technically, on paper, yes. Will it actually make a tangible benefit for what you're trying to do? Probably not. So if you're not able to do a certain tier of horrors, I promise you it's not because you don't have double GA there. Did I try to end the Barrage? Nah. Just wasn't really interested. I don't really like dot builds. So. Or damage over time, poison stuff. I'm the kind of person that likes to kill you. Like, hit you hard and you die. That's the kind of player that I am. This whole, like, you dying slowly just, or dying over time just isn't my thing. Oof, that hurt. Dying isn't even my thing. I like to live. Superstar, appreciate the follow. Oh, oof. That's I can't do TA horrors. What build are you playing? I'm assuming in Dario's Barrage, and if that's the case, I promise you, you could totally do TA horrors with 0 GA bow. So it's definitely got to be something else. Should the follows. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, keep looking for the bow. I'm not saying don't look for better gear. Obviously, it's an action RPG. You definitely want to do that. But I wouldn't say that all of your trouble is just related because related to the fact that you don't have a 2GA bow. But if you need help in general, I can offer help. Like in terms of like, you know, if there is something that maybe an execution thing, you know, something with breakpoints or whatever. I can help you with those things, but oh, Infernal Horrors, how I miss thee. I hated being stuck to pits on the PTR, I swear. Maybe I'm in the minority on that one, but I just don't. I can only do so many pits. Is anyone gonna max your free? Maybe. No, they removed horrors for the PTR because it was really bugged. They couldn't get it to not crash, like crash your the game. So they just didn't have it. Like we weren't able to play test it on PTR with the new changes or whatever. So I was really sad about that. New to D4. What's a good level skill for Rogue? A lot, honestly. Give me an idea. Give me an idea of what you like, what your play style or what you imagine the Rogue playing like. So if you had to kind of give me a fantasy, you know, you just got into the game and whatnot. What are you looking your Rogue to do? Like, you know, perform like? Are you more of a melee, get in there, zip in, stab things? Or are you more of an archer, kind of laid back, shoot things? What are you wanting to do on your road? You wonder why it was so buggy? What do you mean? Barb looking viable for next season. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I would take everything you see with a grain of salt from the PTR. Any PTR. Every PTR. Especially this one, considering how many bugs there were. And they even gave us a bug list beforehand, which is even worse. Okay. So all the numbers that we saw in tuning and bugs or whatever, a lot of that's going to be very different season, like come game live. This isn't to say that, you know, things won't work or your favorite build will not be your favorite build anymore or whatnot. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be starting to put clash ranks out there based off of a very scuffed PTR. And I say this every PTR, and I don't like being correct on it, but I've done so many PTRs, going way back into the Diablo, 3 days or whatever. And I can tell you this, like, I take PTR with a grain of salt. They even said it was an old build. So that's the reason why, like, right now, I'm kind of just like, so you like range gameplay? All right, then level with Barrage. Barrage would probably definitely fit that. Like, I wonder what about the new changes made Horrors bug out since it works on live. Yeah, me too. That's what I want to know. I'm getting used to playing on live now a little bit. Some of the rest is shaking off a little bit. Is it you or is the stream delayed? It might be on my side. Oof. Oh, that was on my deaths. Yeah, it was you. I know I was having some issues earlier, so. All right, well, skill issue, we go again. So we suck less next time. And you see ability. I don't really know if you really want to play this, to be honest with you. I'm kind of doing this mostly for fun. I mean, it's effective when I play well. But this is mostly a fun thing. But it's on the Maxroll website. It's just listed as a variant, like under progression steps. If you look all the way to the right tab on the Maxroll Barrage in-game road, I mean, it's basically that. Ooh, that hurt. That was a 2-hit. He hit me, but with what? I do remember though that, like, I guess with combo points, I have a harder time spending energy, so I have a harder time getting second win up. I think next season, or expansion, I'll have a link of literally all the builds I play, so I don't have to explain that or say it like that. I think I'm getting to the point where people are starting to know me a little bit, I guess. So people ask that question quite a bit, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you guys actually want to know what I'm playing? Like, I thought that was for the big names. So Diablo 4 is new to you, originally Path of Exile player. This is probably the best time to come to the game, to be honest. You save yourself by skipping out on a pretty awful 3 seasons of the game relative to Season 4 and Season 5. And the expansion's right around the corner too. So this is a good time to actually learn the game while it's in a good state. I'll put it that way. We have a great pair of social worship going on. Even if they fix precision. That's the thing though, like, I don't even know if they're going to, man. Like, as long as that's been bugged, well, trick attacks is more so of a newer bug, but precision has been bugged for a while. I mean, I don't even know anymore. But let's just say they happen to actually fix all the bugs. I really am very curious what actually, like, how things actually will perform. Because now we have an idea of where road really ends up, which is probably towards the bottom if you fix all the bug key passes. Man. But yeah. How good is Rapid Fire build with Forceful Arrow as a base skill? I probably wouldn't do Forceful Arrow. I used to do it all the time, but this season isn't probably the season really to do that, considering that we have a lot of crowd control now. Even last season, like, because we have like a lot of utility and crowd control and stuff. So the appeal of Forceful Arrow honestly was a not back. But now that, since we can freeze, stun, immobilize, piss off, emotional damage, all kinds of stuff we can do for utility, is just like, part of the Forcer Arrow's appeal is like kind of gone. Plus, you get the fundamental Heartseeker, which gives you a 15% multiplicative, buff or whatever. So it's like there's very little reason to actually take Forcer Arrow anymore. And it's funny because Forcer Arrow is actually my favorite basic attack. So like I'm not saying it because I hate the skill. I'm saying it as someone who used to use it a lot. My internet connection seems really spotty right now. I don't know why. With the light glasses and zoomed in. Alright. Well, I walked right in between that attack. I barrage roll all my gears. 12 master crap is still getting max damage at 12. Not sure why. Do you have all your buffs up? I'm assuming the regular barrage, right? Physical, if so. Do you have a no witness buff up? Do you have all you have your Skyliner? Do you have it like when you say 12 master work, do you have the better stats master work? There's actually quite a few different things there. Alright, so I guess we zoomed in and thought about glasses for the remainder of the run. Guess we'll do this one. Why is close quarters combat for Heartseeker better than precision? Just read the precision key passive. And it will tell you why. Honestly, if Heartseeker actually worked, or basic attack actually worked with the precision key passive, I totally would be doing that over close quarters combat. Trust me. It's not like I like using close quarters combat. It's just that it's just the best option right now for the build in current game. It did look like more damage to your precision. So again, I want you to read the precision key passive to me. In fact, I'll do it for you after this wave. No. We'll do it. So let's take a look at the precision key passive, all right? When you reach 4 stacks of precision, your next marksman, ultimate, or core skill is guaranteed critical strike and deals 50% increased critical strike damage, consuming all stacks of precision. This damage is further increased by 15% of your critical strike damage bonus. So the most important part of that is the first sentence of the second paragraph. When you reach 4 stacks of precision, your next marksman, ultimate, or core skill. Unfortunately, Heartseeker, I'll say, fortunately and unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Heartseeker is not a core skill or an ultimate skill. So it just does not work with that key passive. Reason marksman skill as not key. But the funny thing, Gilbait's, cool name by the way, is that it used to work with basic attacks. It used to, and it was actually a problem because it meant that stacking precision on combo point builds. Ooh, I didn't even see what hit me. Stacking precision on combo point builds was a nightmare because you would you would proc your precision stacks on a basic attack instead of a core skill, and it was like kind of dumb. So they changed it, thankfully, to not make it consume precision from a basic attack. But this was before, you know, basic attacks was even a thing. Like, you know, in terms of a damage dealer or whatever. Like, basic attacks was never considered a damage dealer for a while until what, season 4, season 3, season 4ish. So isn't this something that makes a basic attack a core? No, it doesn't. It doesn't change the skill tag. I'm just talking about this sword right here. Oh, not that sword. Sorry, the Shard of Varathiel. It makes your basic attack spend energy, but it doesn't make it a core skill. Otherwise, again, if I would totally be doing that over close quarters combat for sure. Like not even a question. That was the same when I was wondering why Tam worked on Heartseeker. Very true. Very, very true. Let me actually like look at the game because I'm on my last life. Also, Peacher, congrats on the 100 on the PTR on Flurry. Did you do it with Victimize or Close Quarters Combat or Momentum? I was reading the thread that Deezer posted. Oh, very nice. Even more impressed actually with that. Flurry is still the most ethical build. But yeah, because Close Quarters Combat is really the only ethical passive we got outside of Exposure. And I guess Momentum, maybe. Da, 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 da. Exposure still doesn't exist. That's also fair. I mean, exposure can be a regular passive, and we probably still wouldn't take it. Not probably. We wouldn't take it. Bone Thrall Ballista from far back. We tried Momentum, got stuck. Yeah, I mean, Close Quarters Combat did get a slight buff, I guess, going into PTR. But I wonder what they're gonna end up doing past that point. Disrupt from Andy's Barrage, which has some Rapid Fire, and it feels kind of clunky. Yeah, it's going to, because Rapid Fire is a considerably harder skill to play well. Especially with all the like evading you have to do after every not after everyone, but after most rapid fires, and if you don't, you're stuck in a pretty long animation. It's not an enjoyable skill to play for most, but it's actually my favorite skill to play. Hope you get more imbuements at some point. What would you want? Like, I'm assuming a fire imbuement maybe, or kind of like explosive arrow from D2 in a sense. You want the whole world to burn? I mean, Javazon, please. There. You like rapid fire more before you unlock the unique bow. What did the unique bow do to rapid fire? Or do you mean the unique ring? Explosive arrow will pierce with so fun for cows. Lightning, like a lightning imbue. I guess so. Here's a question with lightning imbue. What would lightning imbue, or how would you make lightning imbue different from, like, let's say shadow imbue, where it doesn't feel like it overlaps? I can probably understand fire more so, kind of ish, as long as you don't make it a dot like poison, so there's no overlap. But a lightning imbue, what would you imagine it doing? Like if you had to design a lightning imbue. For the ring, yeah. Okay, so the ring, I understand. I still prefer rapid fire without the ring, but you do not have a choice but to do ring. I'm getting more used to like the lob. I still don't like it, but unfortunately that's rapid fire's direction for, you know, for the rest of its existence, as long as that ring is still a thing. But yeah. Yeah. That's one of the few things that they brought over from Diablo 3 that I did not like. Because that ring basically turns it into like cluster bombs or freaking bombardment, rapid fire bombardment from like Diablo 3. And so when I first saw that ring, when they first revealed that ring, I'm like, oh my god, no, lob, no, this is not rapid fire from D3. Please tell me not. And I was even telling Woody Joe about it because he was actually kind of getting excited about it. I'm like, bro, you realize what this is saying, right? Like, you realize it's saying is lob, right? You know what lobbed in Diablo 3? You know what we hated in Diablo 3? I'm like, bro, this is not good news, man. And I'm like, I want to be wrong, but this does not sound like it's good news. And he just laughed. I tried going for non-demon mob boss too, and it can still clear. This is also considering advanced flurries broken to PTR. I heard about that. Can you theoretically run elemental surge and proc admixture? Yep, sure can. Well, you can play with Pitfire's goal. Plus no scoundrels as option you should try. Bro, why didn't you tell me that when the PTR was live? You wait till after the PTR to be like, hey, have you tried this? I would have listened. Don't you my bad me. We can't go back in time. Bro, do you know how popular of an option that could have been if it was like, you know, decent still? Like, really, man? You know how many people would be excited about stuff like that? And obviously I would totally give you credit in the chat. I'm like, yo, Riptide, you know, say, hey, let's try this, right? And then we try it, and then it's like, yo, that's actually pretty good, man. It's pretty good. But no, you wait till after the PTR. Man. I really didn't even think about that at all. Damage wise. Yeah, you wait till after the PTR. You're like, yo, bro, I got this little thing I'm thinking about, and I'm gonna tell the Oxide after the PTR. Watch. Bro, why you tell me that? But let's talk about it though. Since you brought it, let's talk about it. How would you get? So honestly haven't even tried the Pit Fighters ring at all. But how would you get? How would you get in the AOE without the ring? Would you still? Would you go repeating somewhere still or? Sorry. Okay, so you would go with repeating. That would have to go in the amulet. I'm sure. But are you building around like stealth damage or? Like, would you substitute like a couple of crit tempers for stealth or whatever? Or no, no, okay. Of course, she said Blizzard wouldn't allow that fun. Lightning maybe it would be easy to just make what Lightning Spirit aspect does. Targets get struck by lightning, but that branches out to hit 5 other targets. So I guess the question would be is why would you want it to be another something that's exactly that's already in the game? Would be the question. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but like if we already have it, would you not want it to make it more creative? I mean, again, like I said, not. I mean, that would be pretty cool, but it's like, so we don't have to play Sork. Okay, fair. We have lightning view chain to a certain number of targets instead of AOE. Maybe some sort of chance to shock, which slows or CCs. I took that slow thing, didn't I? That slow boon. Oof, I probably shouldn't have done that. And Butcher. Oh god, I'm dead. I'm so dead. There's no, I couldn't run. I'm slowed. I couldn't run. Oh man. I like how he only comes at like he only came when I had that boon. How can you die at level 100? What do you mean? Like enemy hits you enough times to when your health globe goes down to 0, and then there's a thing that says you died on the screen. Deceive TV appreciate the follow. So when that happens, you die. Zitro. I also play with like 20k HP, so I play with like paper thin toughness. So like 2 or 3 hits and I'm dead. I could totally build to be tankier, but then I'd be kind of bored if I, well, don't feel like I'm in any situation where I can't die. Chain Lightning might be harsh on the performance, probably. This is the most that Little John has ever said in the verse, by the way. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you don't have eight. You don't have age of yourself, so it's easy to break with Heartseeker. Okay, so basically you would use the ring as just a multiplier. Then is that what you're doing? And if so, what makes that a better choice, or what makes that a potentially stronger choice than the Scoundrel's Kiss? Again, I've only looked at the ring light maybe a couple of times, so I'm sure there's probably something I'm missing. I'm slowed. Wait, what did he hit me with? All I know is that I got Chilling Wind, but Chilling Wind doesn't do any damage, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, Banished Rogue. Okay. I took an arrow to the knee. That's what happened. Fair enough. You occasionally get the benefit of stealth. So you mean like the... Well, I mean, you get the... So repeating on Amulet, you'll still be able to clear packs. Would you do just straight up cold, or would you do Shadow on cold? Probably just straight up cold, right? Because I mean, Shadow wouldn't do anything in the higher pits. The idea is what Fire and Imbue would do: blow shit up. I mean, that's. I guess that's what I would imagine. You know, you shoot an arrow and you see big fire explosions. Did I see the new Dance of National Shenanigans? Yes. I know about all the bugs and mechanics, I guess you could say. You can call them. I'm a little concerned just because of a lot of that's probably not intended. So it's just kind of unfortunate. I actually like the spam tapping, but I don't think people really want to play Dancing Nas that way. I'm for sure. I'm just a try hard, so I actually kind of like the spam tapping. I don't like the whole tempering from different classes thing though. In general, we were having like a talk about that in feedback in general between the partners, and it was I don't say a split, but let's say more people were for it than against it, but. That can be a new farming build. Oh, for sure. I mean, I think like for easy content, there's no reason why like dealing damage while you're moving wouldn't be great for speed farming. I do think that people also underrate Flurry and how fast Flurry can speed farm. It's ridiculously good for speed farm content. Repeating on the Amulet, not 75%. That's true. I'd probably use Starless too and go PI. The Shadow Coder options with the Lego ring, also repeating on enemy. So like Victimize, I guess yeah, I guess it would just be Victimize, wouldn't it, at that point? True. Ish. I guess my thing is just like, I guess as someone who's played a lot of like non-scoundrel rapid fire, repeating, it's really tough to clear without just doing an insane amount of damage. In general, like, you know, all your repeating arrows just need to be like one-shotting stuff in order to really kind of clear. I'll tell you, I mean, when the expansion comes out, I mean, I'll for sure give it a shot, because I'm all for getting rid of Scoundrel's Kiss if I can. No, I messed up. Oof. That was a good hit. Thank you, Trick attacks proc. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. All these Hydra shots. I see you hit 25. Looks like they fixed victimizing PTR. It looks really good. Yeah, well, I mean, they just kind of I won't say redesigned it, but they just made it based off of weapon damage now, and with that comes other bugs, I guess. Double. I mean, there's still double dipping happening, and even the triple dip. It's just we just gear differently now. So I don't really know if they really solved the issue. So yeah, I don't know. So guys, we need a full trapper build. So technically speaking, I guess the Death Trap actually was a thing on PTR, where Death Trap did all the damage basically. He's just saying there was a full trapper build, but yeah, the Death Trap thing was not based around Victimize. Like Death Trap actually dealt the damage. It was actually kind of cool to watch. Probably should look it up on YouTube. Watching Dancing Nazir Organism murdering everything in the PTR. Yeah, Victimize is. I just wonder. I wonder how many, or what's all gonna make it past the PTR bug wise. It kind of makes me skeptical in terms of like building, like fully perfecting planners right now, because it's like so many things kind of rely on things not working correctly. Yeah, see, Reptile, yeah, exactly. They brought it back even stronger than double dipping, and now it tripled. Yeah. I don't know. I guess, but I think the whole point behind them doing what they were doing was to make it easier to bug fix, for it to not be bugged. Like, that was the whole point of them actually changing it to weapon damage, because them doing what it was before made it very difficult for them to fix. And then instead of fixing it, you know, obviously instead of fixing it, they change how it procced or worked. Upon changing how it procs and works, they added new, I'm gonna say new bugs, because those bugs are still kind of somewhat similar to the old victimized bugs, but you introduce more double dipping and a triple dip now. And it's just like, did you really solve the problem then? Like, what was the point of you making that change? If that was the case, I'd prefer the old victimized, so therefore things are not homogenized. If I had to have, you know, had a say in the matter, I would have totally just say, just keep the old victimized if you're just gonna make things double dip. I mean, might as well. Just build Flurry like you and ignore the bugs. It's just annoying, man. It's just like I hate that our class is legit in terms of viability, quote unquote. You know, it's based on, you know, what's bugged that season, or is our key passive still bugged or continually bugged. We can't scale. I don't think there's been any high level rogue builds any season that were not high level, that were mostly bug free. Like, season, you know, you had preseason, season 1, season 2, you had the whole poison imbuement blade dancer bug for twisting blades, and the scaling of that was ridiculous. Season 2 also had the freaking combo point thing with the boss will or whatever. And some other bugs too. There were some server bugs. If you lag the server enough, you can skip damage. It was really interesting. Season 3 introduced a precision bug. Meanwhile, Victimized was bugged in the bad way all this entire time, all the way up through season 3, where most of the stuff just didn't work properly, period. But Precision got fixed but bugged. It just wasn't good up until that point. So Precision remained bugged for season 3, season 4, and season 5. Now we're going on to season 6, and it's still whatever it is. And now we just have more bug key passes than before. So now we get more build, or we have more build options technically, but it's because we just have more bugs. That's it. You know, it's like, oh, we have other options because the other options are also bugged. It's just, I don't know. Any tips for playing without a guide as a first Diablo player? Well, the very first thing I would do is make sure you play the campaign and take your time. Do not get power leveled by your friends. That is the worst thing you can do. I know that it seems like a great thing where it's like friends like, yo, I can get you to like level 400 in like 30 minutes, bro. Let me get you there, right? And then you never learn the game ever because, well, you skipped all of it. So that becomes very difficult. And especially in your case, since you said you want to do it without a guide, skipping would be very bad. So I would just take your time. 2, if you don't have to follow a guide, but I would recommend that you probably watch a few YouTube videos in terms of like damage mechanics, or go to like a site like Maxroll where we have damage explained, attack speed explained, because even though you're not being told how to make a guide, understanding what works and what doesn't work is going to help you be able to play without a guide. Because the way damage works in this game is kind of confusing. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. If you're new to this game, right, and you play other action RPGs, you will automatically assume that crit damage is always good. And then every other action RPG, basically, almost every other action RPG, including D4 until a certain point, crit damage was always a multiplier. Like, oh, crit damage good. Like every game you've ever played is like crit damage is always a good thing. Not here, for example, right? That's not the case. It is usually additive unless it scales with something. So knowing that is important and those kind of things. So I would get a better understanding of how things work, damage-wise especially, so you can make your own build. But before that, just play the campaign, have fun, try a bunch of different skills. Don't take it too seriously. Don't get power leveled. Yeah, that's about it. I think that's all I got. Hey, I'm missing okay, maybe it's on like a different sword. I'm gonna play some rapid fire now. Not the right sword. Is it right? Yep, this is it because it has expected on it. Peach's reaction was, so, yo, did you find any dope new builds on PTR? I mean, Dissonance is a new skill, so anything revolving around this. Death Trap is surprisingly good, really good. There was some like smoke grenade build that was actually kind of cool that you could spam and actually did fairly well. Kind of mostly it. In terms of new is concerned, but I wouldn't even say smoke grenade spam is new. It's just better than what it was. So if we're talking about like brand new, probably not. But things do work a little better than they used to. Like Death Trap actually works better than it used to. Rain of Arrows actually works better than it used to as a build. Flurry is better than it was because it actually has tempers now. Actually has good tempers. Twisting Blades doing better because it actually has good tempers now. Trying to think of what else. That's kind of really it. I don't think I'm missing anything that's like super brand new. That's wild. Oh, Invigorating Strike is a thing. I actually did play a little bit of that. That was actually kind of neat, but I followed that under victimized builds because it's all the same thing, basically. Victimize plus insert skill here, and that's a build, basically. I think that's it, right? I think we're good. No, I'm probably missing something, but I think we'll just shoot. Me and my HP elsewhere. I like the whole double damage tempers. Yeah, I do think that the tempers in general are a little better on PT, or were a little better on PTR in terms of categories and things. I think they did a better job with it. There's still some room to go with that, but I think it is better. It is going in a better direction, up it that way. Just move all duration tempers to utility. Yeah, I agree with that. looks of it, Warcry, Petrify runes are probably the 2 best runes. Well, yeah, of course, by a pretty large margin actually. So the goal is going to be how to get as much of an uptime on both of those as possible. They need to reduce the cost of some of those runes and increase the offering as well. That will help. I agree. I'm pretty sure the numbers will be a little different in terms of tuning is concerned. On live, I wonder if we'll have those different numbers in like a patch or something. Like, you know, they'll give us like a patch or something before, like, you know, day 1 patch notes or whatever. So we'll kind of know what to expect, I guess, going into. I don't know. Oof. Petrify, Petrify runes gonna murder bosses. That is if it's still double dips. Part of me thinks it's going to still, but I mean we'll see. How much cost was 100% damage? 400, I think. It was really hard to get 400. For that, I tried. I really tried. Like, in the best case scenario, it was still better to use Warcry or Petrify or whatever place. There's a lot of ballistas this time around. Is it perma unstoppable with teleport? You do that. I guess some builds you technically can do that on some builds even without the teleport. Spam core skills builds or whatever with preparation and shadow clone and ultimate cooldown reduction and stuff. But yeah. Nothing worse than CCing the mobs and getting stunned and then they go unstoppable. That's true. I've had that happen a lot, actually, in PTR. I really think they need a better mechanic than Unstoppable, though. Like, I know why it's there, but I do think that the idea of introducing utility tempers and then having a freaking Fist of Fate unique that basically introduce every utility in the game to proc, right, to where we kind of deal a lot of damage when, you know, when they're not unstoppable, and then we deal no damage when they are unstoppable. I mean, I know you can build obviously outside of that, right, but there just isn't enough options to feel like you're powerful when you build that way. Like, I wish there was more unconditional options, I guess you could say, in that case. But I do think that, as well as stagger, probably needs to take another pass in the game, in my opinion. Marina, what's going on? Yeah, but if you notice, I mean, the entire game, a lot of what you do is just based off of like how much damage can you do while they're crowd controlled or staggered. That is the premise of the game currently. No ballistas. Bro, I got a lot of ballistas this run. Hellcaller bone, they're all ballisted. Okay. Didn't have Dark shot up. There's really no ready for me to run. They were ballista on this side, ballista on the other side. That was pretty bad. First shadow smoke from those cannibals. Yeah, that is pretty awful. I'm out of whatchamacallits. So we go to what am I playing next season? I don't know yet. I got to look at the patch notes before I make a decision, because I'm pretty sure stuff is going to be wildly different from the PTR. And wait, in your opinion, what would be meta build for season 6? No idea. No idea. Because again, the numbers are going to be a bit different in season 6 drops, and there's going to be quite a few bugs that were on a PTR that won't make it in season 6, so I don't know. Like, I think, yeah, and that's the thing, is just like, I also don't like, I'm not saying I don't like making guesses or whatever, but like, it just ends up being a disappointment when people like have their heart set on something, and I oftentimes have to keep remembering, or keep saying, hey, it was just PTR. And a lot of things are likely to change, which is why, like, oops, I guess I didn't mean to crap that many of them. But yeah, but that's why, like, I'll play them and I'll have an idea of what I want to do, but I don't ever make a decision until I know what the final patch notes are. And even then, once you see the final patch notes, what actually happens in the season itself will be different than the patch notes that were finalized. So it's just kind of weird. I usually tend to bank on things that have the least amount of bugs, because at least I have an idea that probably won't have that big of impact. If that makes sense. The devs are going to give us such a busted D4 God 6 spin. Why the heck did they nerf Twist and Blaze into the ground? Well, I mean, it was PTR pursuit. So, like, if you're talking about, like, how strong you saw it be in PTR, I wouldn't count on that, because it's got, like, 4 different bugs. Like, the skill itself has, like, 4 different bugs. So, I mean, it's not like they gave it to us. It was still PTR. Not to mention, I actually think Dance of Knives actually needs a buff. That probably surprises people here, but I'm serious. Like, it actually needs a buff. If you remove the bugs from Dance of Knives, it's only okay. what I mean by okay is that like if you try to build it around like let's say close quarters combat or momentum, you're not really getting anywhere at all with Dance of Knives. So like I actually think it needs a buff. But, you know, once they, you know, obviously fix the bugs that they're probably going to fix with it, they need to actually buff the skill. So might as well wipe Twisting Blades out of the game because of that. No, alchemical admixture with Twisting Blades is actually really good. Like, that's like still a really good build. Yeah, it's still a really good build, man. So like the point I was making about PTR guys is like literally that's the PTR. Like you can't be making, oh that's gonna be busted in season 6. Like no, like they've already warned us that the PTR is buggy and that a lot of things aren't working correctly. And you know we had the new Mythic Helm which was dealing multiplicative damage on the implicit. So basically recordings with, you know, demon mobs in the pit as well as a demon boss is going to always look really good because 200% multiplicative damage on top of that. But people aren't really seeing that. So but I'm just saying, like, don't worry. I think Twisting Blades will mostly be okay. I'll say it'd be okay, but like it does really well with admixture. However, admixture has its own bugs and problems, so we'll kind of see what happens to that. But Dancing the Knives does not make Twisting Blades obsolete. I will say that. Not percent of people are going to play Spiritborn. Yeah, pretty much. That too. PTR, yep. PTR is over. It was only for a week. Zero Kiwi, what's going on, man? Also, we gotta remember too as well, like all we got a chance to test in the PTR is just pits. And pits is like a progression system. It's no longer like the push system where it's the end all be all, like how strong is really a skill in a sense. Like that's what the other end game modes are for. Which is what makes me sad because it's kind of like I don't even like pits that much to begin with. And we didn't get to play any of the other, you know, potentially more fun things or potentially more end game related things. So how do all these builds perform there? Like, that's what I'm really curious about. Wish there's another imprint to modify pin shot even more. Maybe a shot that hits and then retracts back again and explodes. Honestly, I honestly think nothing to do with you, but I honestly think Blizzard needs to be more creative with rogue skills. This whole ricochet thing is just silly. We have 3 different skills that can bounce or ricochet. Like why? Like we have Barrage that ricochet. We have Rapid Fire repeating that ricochets. We have Eagle Horn with Pin Shot that ricochets off walls. Like can we not find a better way to make skills do more cool things? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I would rather avoid more of that sort of thing. When the person said it doesn't appear so, yeah. I think they need to get on those new glyphs. They're way OP counterintuitive to stat squishing. I wouldn't say that the glyphs were solely responsible for that. But I think they can just, in general, just do a bit more squishing. Because, yeah, I didn't like the numbers I was seeing on PTR considering the quote-unquote stat squish. Hope they change a lot of stuff that's on PTR. I'm sure they will. I mean, the PTR version we got was an old version. Like, we're talking about like 6+ months old. Which is why I'm like, I say consistently that what we see in the PTR is quite a bit behind what they've already have, or what they're currently working on, or what they have playtesting currently for themselves. So we always get an older build of the game or whatever. Which begs the question, why do we even bother to test? What kind of feedback are they looking for if, you know, or sometimes what kind of feedback they're looking for, because it's like, if we're play testing the version of the game that you guys are way past, what feedback are you really looking for in a sense? Because of course we're gonna give you feedback and be like, yo, this is broken, that's broken, and for them it's probably like, yeah, we know, you're just playing an older version. And it's like, okay, well, please drop more ancestral items. I don't know. It's just you know, just I don't know. I do miss playing Inferno Hordes though. This is way more fun than Pits, in my opinion. So sad couldn't play the new Inferno Hordes on a PTR. Everything just feels bad. Yeah. I see Rob's whirlwind bar hitting for it. Yeah, I saw the video of that. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a bug, and I'm sure they're aware of that. But yeah, it's just remove walks. But yeah, like I said, that's why I always say take PTR with a grain of salt. If anything, you just, you know, like kind of an idea of what's to come, but that's about as much as you're gonna get from a PTR in terms of like of how things are gonna actually be. But yeah, if you notice, season 4 PTR and season 4 were different, quite a bit different. Season 5 PTR and season 5 were quite a bit different. I'm pretty sure season 6 PTR and season 6 is going to be quite a bit different. How much do you think a triple GA dagger with dex max life crit damage is worth? No idea. I have no idea what things cost anymore, or even remotely close. With all the inflation now, Riptide probably knows. Even without Eagle Horn pin shot with trick shot aspect. I think actually the trick shot aspect is actually not that bad in terms of design of an aspect. I just think the creativity of some of the aspects are quite boring. On rogue, that is. I'll put it that way. Like, Flurry should have been a skill that hits it around you from the start. You shouldn't need an aspect for that. I think it's weird that you have to get an aspect to make your character, you know, hit 360 degrees around you for something that has such a small AoE to begin with. But that's an odd choice. Why not Andorios? What do you mean? Why not just play Andorios and only Andorios? Is that what you're asking? I play several different rogue builds. I think Andorios is probably my least favorite. But that's because it's a dot, and I don't like dot stuff. But today, Barrage and Rapid Fire. Tomorrow, I'll go back to playing Heartseeker once I put it together again. And then maybe on Friday, we might make a Druid. Or Saturday, one of the two. We'll see. Oh, what? I got caught in the outside of that. How long do you think we'll see a human angel friend as kids? No idea. Put online fan meeting. All right, Peachy. Really like doing pits. But again, you really like Nightmare Dungeons. I think the new Nightmare Dungeons are actually kind of okay. Like, I don't mind those actually for what they do now. I thought I wouldn't like it, but I was actually okay with it. Yeah, it was actually kind of cool. Like I like what they're there for now. So I actually didn't mind doing them in the PTR, but it did get to a point where obviously, you know, most of the rogue builds I was playing ended up kind of like I was out geared for that for Nightmare Dungeons, so they kind of felt not nearly as easy as they do in current, but still easy enough to where it was like there was no reason for me to. Well, I guess there was no reason for me to do it because I was getting all the mats anyway from the PTR vendor, so I had no reason to really do them. But yeah, I think they're better now, or they're better in the future than they are now. This is a pretty awful run for Aether. Not that I need it by any means, but the boons were pretty terrible. If Horus gives half the master or more than Nightmare Dungeons, I would never do Nightmare Dungeon again. Like I said, I guess like I didn't mind because like I wasn't necessarily trying to rush to the end like I normally would. Right? Like it was all about efficiency in terms of glyph leveling, whereas in the PTR it was like it's about killing things to get maps. Right? So like the idea was to literally kill things, and I'm always down for killing things. Never really been a fan of skipping things. You know, whether it was more efficient to do so or not, I just didn't like it because I mean, I've always thought myself, you know, well, if I'm gonna play an action RPG game that involves, you know, killing things, I want to kill things. If I find myself skipping more things than I'm killing, then am I really? I guess always thought that was weird. Like, yeah, sure, efficiency, I get it, right? And did that stuff in Diablo 3 for years, but I've always just thought to myself, man, the point of me logging on is to kill things, get more gear, kill more things. If I'm skipping more things than I'm killing, then it's like it's just a game design problem, sure. But I always felt weird about that. So anytime where it's more efficient to actually kill things, or there's a reason to kill more things, I'm gonna always be for it, even if I'm in the super minority on this, which I'm probably sure I am. But like, yeah, I just like killing things, and so Nightmare Dungeon is like, oh, kill more things, get more mass. Okay, I'm down for that. I'm cool for that. I am cool with that. I'd rather they kill things in Horus. Oh well, yeah, me too, for sure. I mean, I agree with you there too, but I'm just saying, like, you know, the idea of getting like, I forgot the name of that Nightmare Dungeon, where basically you don't have to kill a single thing, you just race to the boss. Like for your glyph level, like, yeah, that was the most efficient way to do it, and it was like that's really all you really should be doing. It's like, yeah, I get it, but like then the whole dungeon itself just seems kind of pointless. Like, what's the point of even having a map? You should just enter the dungeon and you should just enter the boss fight, since you're never going to kill anything anyways. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of designing dungeons if you're never going to play the dungeon or have a reason to play the dungeon, if that makes sense? So again, design issue, which is, you know, why we did what we did, but yeah. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I 100% would rather kill things in hordes. No, like, no contest. All right, I'm gonna do one more rapid fire, but I'm gonna do it without repeating this time, which is probably gonna feel like a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyways, just cause. So we'll do retribution. My fan is not blowing as much air as I would like. There we go. We saw nothing, Wonder Breads. We saw nothing. The Goblin Blood is still in the front of hordes, though quite where. Really? I've actually never ran into it ever, like ever. We only have 27 more days. There's definitely a noticeable difference not having repeating. Just because like the trash mobs are so easy to kill that, you know, the repeating would just one shot the stuff like off to the side or whatever. Which made dealing with ballista actually quite a bit easier when they show up. And I guarantee you I'm gonna get more ballista this wave or this run just because I don't have repeating. No more PTR. Nope. No more PTR. It is over. Players should open the small leg chest more often. You've gotten godly drops from it before. I don't disagree with that. I guess I don't because I don't have anything from the chest that I need. At this point in the season, I'm not really looking for gear. I'm just playing just to be playing. Now, if I get like a 3G8, like, you know, amulet with godlike passes, then sure, right? But like, at this point, I'm literally just playing just to be playing. Isn't combo points annoying? No, I actually like combo points a lot. And actually a preferred playstyle by me. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I like it. But the reason why I actually like combo points is for this. I'll put it this way. If you notice, most builds and most action RPGs, the goal is to get rid of the basic attack and just spam the whatever skill you're building into. So then it just kind of becomes about how often can you spam one skill, basically, and then the other skills around your bar are just to buff and complement the one skill you want to right click and spam. Like that's legit 90% of action RPG builds, right? So the fact that like there's a system that's different than that, that involves using your basic attack to kind of build more of a bursty type thing with your core skill, I kind of like that. It gives basics more of a reason or more of a validity, I guess. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. In the recent, there has been a rise of basic skills doing well, right? You know, like dealing damage well. But I guess what I'm saying is that like combo points offer a different playstyle that you don't really see a lot in action RPGs, where everything is just, you know, you build to hold down right click and stuff dies. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I like I tend to like more involving builds, and combo points kind of give me that. But obviously, I'm glad it's not the only playstyle to play. I mean, obviously that's not good, right? If that was the case, but the fact that it's a choice is a good thing. You just macro all your skills into a button and just move my mouse around, and combo points don't work with that style. Yeah, we're way two different people then, and that's fine, right? I'd fall asleep with something like that. It's why I never like played any minion necro last season because well, like the build played itself. Like, I would legit just fall asleep. I should do a movement tutorial. I feel like watching your move character around. You're always on the move. I can't move like that on the controller. But yeah, you probably you won't be able to mimic the same movements on the controller. Although you can continuously move on the controller, but you won't have the free reign of movement as you would on like PC and like keyboard and mice. But you weren't the first person to ask that. So. I mean, maybe. I mean, I have some time, I guess, now that PTR is over. I might do that. Still broken command, please fix. Yeah, we'll see. I mean. It's so funny though, Riptide. Like repeating is like not really effective at all in pits. Like you really don't care, nor do you really want it. But Infernal Horrors, man, like it matters, man. Because things are just so spread out. Like, you're not walking in like a linear direction, so you're so spread out. Repeating actually like helps. It does, man. Like I'm playing this run without repeating, and it is rough. All the little like side things that normally would have gotten one shot up by stray arrows from repeating are like still following me. Ballistas don't die from like off the screen because, well, repeating arrow didn't like reach them, you know. Like there's some masses that don't die or don't get hit because repeating it, you know. I mean, generally speaking, you would want to just shoot the mass yourself, but if you can just catch the mass with a couple of stray arrows, you know, that's a W. Oh, I had no more. My dash was still on cooldown. Now, if I was playing with somebody, like if I was playing in a group, then different story. But solo for sure. Solo for sure. Repeating is so... It makes a difference. You're not even sure what you're going to build? What build you're going to go with next season? Yeah, me neither, actually. I'm thinking about Trouttle True Rapid Fire, honestly. But I don't know. Probably start with Rapid Fire. And then figure out where to go from there. Yeah, just more stuff stays alive, man. Ugh. The rapid fire level fire. You leveled on rapid fire, really? Like as your first rogue, or like as like a second rogue or second character? After I get bored of Spiritborn, I'll probably start dancing nice. Then Flurry. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of different playstyles on Spiritborn, so I think that's gonna remain interesting for a bit. Shadow Clone Ult nowadays, same as always. It does no damage. If you're taking it, you're taking it for the unstoppable. That's really about it. Yeah, I know. Wow. There was a lot of ballistas left. Yeah, I'm a not do repeating again. Looks like I'll be playing with the community manager in a second. I'm gonna just need a break from the amount of inputs from Spiritborn before I jump into another high input build. Party bud. Log. I prefer the new setup glyphs from pits, horrors from gear mask, nightmare dungeons don't exist. Undercity for a challenge, and dark city for something different. I wonder what Undercity like actually is like. Hopefully it's not really a pit 2.0, but like I guess we got Inferno Horrors and we got pit, and Dark Citadel was like a raidish type thing. What could Undercity actually be? Is time attack? Like isn't pits sort of well never mind. I guess it's not really time attack. It's timed, but not time attack. I guess. I'll put Edge Masters here. They're repeating here. Just my single target damage isn't necessarily needed. He named his character Lilith. Oh, he's got mats. All right, here we go. Was Gauntlet exactly? I heard no one talk about it, so I actually forgot. I don't even know if it was actually in PTR or not. I assume so, because they didn't say that they didn't have it. So, did anyone even bother though with it? Like, I mean, Panda might know. I walked right into the poison. I've still never played Gauntlet. You got this, Rich. Sweet. You always walk straight into the flame. Yeah, bro, I do it too, all the time. So I really hope it's not time attack. I mean, time attack would be probably not my favorite thing, honestly, but it would be different than the other modes, though. I guess it just depends on how they do it. Like, is it a time attack in terms of a speed thing? Is it a time attack in terms of how fast you kill thing? Is it a, like, what is it exactly? Are you serious? Yay. Hello, Jeff. Zeb, bring on the carpal tunnel. The more buttons, the better. Give me more buttons to push. Is it whack? I know, right? Yeah, it goes with difficulty and so does the rewards under city. You start the timer when you enter, but as you fight at least you gain more time. As you fight these monsters, you earn a tournament. Which also be gained through various events while you find while running this engine. Okay, that actually does kind of sound kind of cool. So the entire rogue meta for season 6 is basically just pick a skill and use victimize, right? It's something like that. I'm hoping that isn't going to be the case, but We'll see how many bugs they end up fixing, and then we'll kind of see what happens from there. However, I mean, you do have a couple of builds outside of Victimize, basically, that work well. Death Trap works really well. Rapid Fire works really well with Precision. TB works really well with Alchemical. Admixture. So there are a few like setups that don't require Victimize to perform well, but I mean. But we'll see. Then again, like I said, like everything we are basing it on is just pip performance, right? Pip performance is definitely not the same as like, let's say, Infernal Horus performance or Undercity performance or Dark Citadel performance, right? So. Granted, I guess most of it would translate over, but Pits is more of a progressional system sort of thing. I'm out of potions again. I'm gonna run triple imbue dance on eyes because that just sounds like more fun. Word. Yeah. Is that almost all your gyms are at max? No. Okay, good. My second wind popped up just in time. Well, I swear I eat through all my potions so quick. I'm like really trigger happy on these potions. Like I swear it'd be like 15 seconds into like the wave and I'm at like 0 potions and I'm like, what happened to all my potions? I'm pretty sure I got robbed. I'm pretty sure the demons robbed me. There ain't no way. Apparently I got a drinking habit in game. Someone needs to take my potions away from me. Coolio. The one thing I'm not looking forward to the Riptide is that like I feel like out of all the build like from PTR, I find using runes on like rapid fire probably the most clunky of all the builds I played. And it just could literally just be the rune choice I'm kind of stuck with. You feel the same way too? Yeah, I just like yeah, it's just because like everything is so anti-rapid fire. If you think about it, right? You know, the standstill thing is anti-rapid fire technically, right? And then the movement one is like it cool, but you end up like proccing your petrify when you don't want to more often than not. And it's just like, yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of anti-synergy with rapid fire with the rune stuff. So it's kind of like you can make it work, but it's clunky. So I'm hoping there is some like changes to offerings and all that stuff. But like if I'm playing like Barrage Victimize or whatever, it's smooth. You know, use Tam or whatever, and you know everything is smooth, like mostly smooth. But I like to use the evade one and make it 5 evades. Yeah, I'd be cool with that. Yeah, that would make more sense. That'd make a lot more sense. 10 evades, yeah, no. I'm not looking forward to leveling up Barb or Druid to be optimal. I'll never use 10% of the class. Yeah, DZ, we had a I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it earlier in the stream. But we I guess I can say this much, like in the partner area, I'll say partner area, that we had a discussion about this very topic, and me and Mippy were on the side of no, you know, or not, or I guess the idea of having to make another class to be able to get different tempers, to be able to make your character considerably stronger. I don't know. I don't like that at all. But I think there were definitely others that were in disagreement with Mippy and I on that factor. I think I will admit that I do have some bias, given the fact that I do not want to play a class I don't want to play just to be able to get a temper, just because it's that good. But my response or my talking point was that as long as temperings from other classes don't become a requirement, whereas like your character becomes considerably stronger when you grab another class's temper, like I find that as a problem, because now you're basically put in a position to where if you really want to finish your character, that you have to make other classes, and I just think that that's just an odd choice. And then of course, as you know, a guide writer and you know build maker and whatnot, like that's just even worse, because now I have to tell people, oh by the way, you know, while you're leveling to to level, you know, whatever, you know, make sure you make a barb, level them to about levels, you know, this. And then after you finish doing that, you know, make this class to level whatever to do this. Oh, and then by the way, get back on your rogue when you finish with that, because now that you got the tempers to do, you know, like no, like I don't want to explain all that. Nor do I look forward to explaining, you know, like even if I did do that, like if let's say I do go the route of trying to like, you know, do that and grab tempers from the class, like not looking forward to explaining to my chat and people would say, hey, why does your war cry, you know, last until the year 2030 and mine lasts when I blink, and then it's over? Like there's no way for like people to know that this is gonna like a thing, and who's gonna really want that? I don't know. It's just like I don't know. Like I'd be fine with it if it's like a cosmetic purpose type of thing, like nothing that actually makes a difference for your character. You just want to do it because if that's cool, whatever. But like if it becomes a big boost to your character to do so, I think that's not healthy. Is it a restart? Okay. Yeah, it's just like it's a night. Like, granted, obviously you don't make decisions based on like, you know, content creators. Like never do that. Just personally speaking, it would be a nightmare for me, and I'm gonna get like a jillion DMs where people are saying, "Hey, did you realize you have war cry on your boost?" I'm like, "Yes." Like, but you play rogue. I know. Well, how do you get war cry on your boost? You make a barb. But I want to play rogue. I know. But if I don't want to play barb, too bad, I guess. But you have it listed on the site that I need you know work cry. I'm like, yes, because that's best in slot. He's like, but I don't want to play barb. I'm like, me neither. But why'd you put it on the site? Because I have to give you the best option on, you know, in terms of the progression. He's like, but do you do it? Yeah, I guess. You know, like it's just like I'm just, I don't know. I'm not. The content creators are the only ones maximizing. I wouldn't say that. I would say content creators showcase a lot of min maxing, but they're definitely not the only ones doing it. But what I will say is that like, that what's going on, man? Appreciate the sub. I think the thing is that like there are some set, like my concern is that if a setup doesn't perform or doesn't happen unless you grab tempers from another class, that's a problem. Like I said, if it's cosmetic, sure. If it's something that, hey, you know, I might gain like 10% more movement speed if I grab the temper from another class, okay, that's fine. Like those aren't like pressing stuff. But let's say, oh well, you know, hypothetically, I'm gonna use pit just because that's all we had in PTR. It's like, oh well, I couldn't clear 80 pit, right? But now I can clear pit 100 in 5 minutes because I grabbed a few tempers from a different class. Well, that's a problem. You know, that's not good. it's not even about min-maxing. It's about, well, your build doesn't function until you get such and such. Or, you know, or sorry, an important part of your build doesn't function if you don't grab such and such. Now, that's what I have an issue with. See what I'm saying? Like, so again, it's only PTR, right? So it's not like, you know, we have the final numbers, and of course things are subject to change, right? I'm just hoping that there isn't a huge emphasis on, you know, on that being the case. So I thought it was about too much to ask in the guide, but I might mention it for full optimization. Yeah, it's certainly something we're gonna be talking about in our next meeting, DZ. Because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a contending topic come Saturday. But yeah. Hell, I mean, for a long time, I didn't like the idea of putting 3 passives on an amulet in Maxroll, guys, like for the in-game setup, like the actual like in-game setup that you see at the start of the guide. Like, I didn't like doing 3 passive amulets. I know we ended up switching to it this season, but I didn't like that. Simply just because it's like, how many people are going to actually have a 3 passive amulet on a setup that doesn't even have mythics in it? Right? Why are we saying, hey, three passive amulet and the GA on this one, but triple master with the other passive? Like, I know it's like best in slot per se, but like in terms of a traditional build that, you know, that shows up at the top of the Maxroll guide. Like, I think a triple passive amulet is unreasonable. Hell, I don't even have a triple passive amulet, you know, with the right stats, or even with one with the GA, you know. But yeah, it's just kind of, yeah. I think it should be on like the best in slot setups or whatever, as a progression thing, like, you know, ultra, you know, best in slot, but not like the first thing someone sees when they open up a guy and like they're looking at the guy. Okay, they don't see any mythics. Okay, cool. You know, they can handle that, right? And then they see a triple passive amulet, and it's like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. It's like, how do I get that? I'm like, good luck. I don't even have it. But when you find out, let a brother know, because I want one of those. So it's just like. Because if you don't, then you'll get DMs saying that Warcry is better, and why didn't you put that in the guide? Yeah. So Jeff, yeah, it's a lose-lose situation in a sense. Because if you don't provide a best in slot option, then people are going to be upset that you didn't, you know, put the best in slot option, which I guess is also the case for amulets too, right? But like, so it's like, it's a lose-lose in a sense, right? So I get the idea of wanting to put a 3 passive amulet because it is best in slot. So if you put 2 passives and then like a pretty average stat, then people might be like, yo, let's not look at Maxroll builds because they're obviously not optimized. They got freaking 2 passive amulets, man. Like, what a noob site, right? And as a writer, you're thinking, well, I'm writing to, you know, the people who can actually find a, you know, like an actual amulet, right? But then you put 3 passives and people are just like, bro, like, why are you even doing that? You know, no one can find that. So it's a lose-lose, basically. It's a lose-lose. But anyways, yeah. I'm gonna always side with the player base, like, you know, like the audience that I'm writing for. I'm gonna always side with them, you know. As a teacher of me, obviously, I want to make sure that they succeed, has zero to do with me. I'm gonna have my own planner and do my own thing with like, you know, 50 HP max or whatever and running around whatever. So I'm gonna always do my own thing. But like for like a, you know, a build online is like I'm gonna always put the player base first. Sure, ultimate CDR is universal. It's not universal, unfortunately. And every build needs a realistic tab. We should probably have like multiple tabs. It's like, you know, dad gamer with 2 kids and 1 wife, dad gamer with 2 kids and an ex-wife, ex-wife with the current wife, living in, you know, so-and-so area with like 56k modem build. Like, you know, like we can stretch it for a bit if we need to. Dad gamer with an ex-wife and 2 kids is living the dream while being a dad. Glass cannon build teacher. That sounds very familiar, Josh. Did you play D3 by chance? Back in the day? Dad gamer, 5-year-old son version that will farm Uber mass for him. Right, there you go. That's right. Maxroll meets all of your needs, all situations. Three kids, 1 wife, 2 cats, 1 dog. I don't know about that, man. I think 2 dogs and 1 cat is the meta. So you might have to get rid of one of those cats and add a dog. Sorry, we don't provide guys for people with 2 cats. Very big D3 player, like a D4 builds. I asked that because you said glass cannon build teacher. And ironically enough, the clan that me and Flight ran in Diablo 3 at the very start was called Glass Cannon build. Because we literally like did a video where we kind of showed that you can play range in Demon Hunter like back in the day when everyone was face tanking. So the fact that you mentioned that exact like phrase made me wonder like if you knew about us back then. But you have 2 casts? I'm sorry, you're gonna have to use a different site, Micah. We just can't accommodate for 2 casts. I'm sorry. Oh, you don't go that far back, bro. It was a time, man. Bro, I went from being literally one of the most hated individuals on Diablo 3's forum, like Demon Hunter forum, back in the D3 vanilla, to being like beloved for a bit, and then hated again, and then loved it like towards the end of it. It was a lot of up and downs. I'll put it that way. I kind of missed those times a little bit because it was very, very active at the time. I remember when Diablo 3 when Reaper Souls beta came out. I didn't actually get into beta. But I remember when so many people were complaining about like when they couldn't face tank as demon hunters, like they had no idea how to use like traps and stuff to slow things down and really be able to reposition and not die because they were so used to face tanking with shadow power. And when they nerfed the damage reduction from 65 to 35% from shadow power, it made people actually have to play the game, and people were so pissed. And I remember making a post, right, on the beta side. I said the biggest problem with the Demon Hunter class are the players, is what I said. Obviously, that didn't go over too well with people, but I did make my case because people were so like used to face tanking, like literally like a barbarian, that they had no idea how to play the class outside of that. And so they were wanting Blizzard to basically give them back that damage reduction that they have so they can stand in everything and never have to move, or, you know, figure out how to use other skills to play the class better. And so I was like, bro, like that sounds like a, you know, definitely a player issue than anything else. You have the tools, you just don't want to use them. But I was very adamant about it. But people, people were mad when I said that. Oh, people were mad. And they was like, you know, well, what do you know? You know, who are you to say such and such? You know, you got like, you know, you can play, you know, MP10 without shadow power or whatever. I'm like, I can. It's like, well, prove it. So I would make recordings of me doing like, you know, MP, you know, 10 runs without shadow power. And it's like, oh, well, you know, the only reason why you were to do it was because you had that big shot calamity weapon or whatever. Like your calamity is good. That's the only reason why you're able to do that without whatchamacallit. So I took off calamity and ran a white weapon on like on some Uber bosses that were literally one shot environment and still cleared. And I'm like, next. Like, what's your excuse now? And people were actually was like, wow, okay, he's coming off like an asshole, I guess. Which my intent wasn't to come off like an asshole, but I just wanted people to like look at it differently, like look at the class differently, and not the way that we did in vanilla or whatever. But I was able to back up my talk though. Like I said, hey, we can do it, and I would post videos of me doing the very said thing I said is possible. So I gained a lot of respect from it, but I pissed off a lot of people at the same time. So that was interesting. But yeah. Oh, I got hit by the poison. I keep getting CC'd. How's that Druid coming? Well, see what had happened was. And then after that had happened, what had also happened was, and that's my story. Makes sense, right? Makes sense, right? Yeah, I agree. I also agree. I better get on that when shares got off on PTR. I actually might do lightning landslide or whatever, landslide lightning or whatever it's called, shock slide or lightning land. I don't know. The Benjamin Franklin slide. I don't know, like whatever Whatever it's called, I don't know. Well, someone told me that you can actually like it's. I thought it was channeling. Like I thought landslide was I thought it was like a channeling skill. So that's why I was like, that doesn't, because like when people play it, like they're like standing in one spot. So I thought they were channeling the entire time. I'm like, oh, that's, I don't want to channel. But like, so I just thought, but someone says, hey, you can stutter step with that, right? I'm like, you can? I'm like, yeah, it's not channeling. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, I mean, unless I can't, but I mean, you would know. I started D3 about a year before D4, and I'm a big solo player, solo self-found player, so I wasn't big on clans. Oh no, I was still mostly solo self-found. I just ran a clan that I like to play in groups. But yeah, I got you though. Zil, appreciate the follow. By the way, Boiler, I'm playing with Filthy. If you wanna slide in, if you get my drift, if I get my drift, you wanna slide in, you know, on this scorched land. Maxroll skill not update. What do you mean? What do you mean DC2? I was gonna try to see if I can get Filthy in voice. Hold on, but like, see, how do I even do this thing again? How do I do in-game voice? Okay, wait. Doing part of voice chat. I don't know. So I think I have to. How do I do this actually? The one day I wish I was actually playing like Heartseeker in group. There we go. Can you hear me?
What's up? Oh shit. What's up?
Okay. All right. Cool.
I didn't know you were streaming. I didn't want to mess it up.
No. You're good. I just, if it was taking me like a while to respond, that's why. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you or anything.
No. No worries.
All right. So how do I make the? Okay. So I gotta turn the master volume up to turn you up. I think, is that how that works?
Maybe. Or I can.
Right.
Let me see if I can turn myself up.
No, this is good. Hey, chat, can you hear him?
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
We'll
Boiler
put that
is
there.
in here.
Yeah, I figured, you know, if he wanted to slide on in, he could with his landslide druid.
Oh gosh.
I was
love
making
that.
I was making all
that
kind of
neck-
bad puns. Yes. I was like,
that
if,
necklace. Let me borrow that necklace. Yeah, let's do another one. And maybe I'll swap to maybe I'll play Rogue too. Make a mess of the screen.
Actually,
I miss Mrak already.
you missed what already?
I miss Mrak giving me my gold and ovals.
The PTR vendor.
Yep.
Yo, he has some sick dance moves, man. And we were all gathered around. I mean, it's funny because like when you look at it from like an outside perspective, you see all these people like gathered around this one dude's dancing, and you're just like, all right, like. And for us, we're just like, bro, give us elbows, give us gold, give us mass. Say, hurry up.
Oh wait, I have to lower my game volume. I'll do it after this round. Because it's nothing but like thunder crashing everywhere.
Oh, you guys are already inside. Okay, not bad. I'm going going in now. I'm coming. Oh, he's playing Tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, bait and switch. So yeah, dude, like when it comes to like fighting games, I've been like, I have a huge backlog, man. I just haven't had time. I mean, I think when I think I have time, I end up not having time. I guess with concentration, kind of like doing like it does better and better every season. So it's kind of like when you start to grow, you tend to become a little busier, respond to more messages, you know, those kind of things, making more videos.
For sure.
Yeah, so like I've been wanting to play, you know, MK1 for like the longest and haven't had time to. Tekken 8, same thing.
Yeah, when I saw you type that you played, did you play previous Tekkens?
So I actually haven't played much Tekken since you're gonna laugh, but like Tekken 3.
Oh,
Dude, yeah, I actually used to play. I played a hell of a lot of Tekken 2 and Tekken 3. But that was like that was back when like me and my brother were very, very competitive. So like you know we would play on console a lot, and so we just would blast all kinds of games. I was more into fighting games and whatever. It was more into sports, but we would play a lot. Soul Calibur, Killer Instinct, Bloody War. Remember Bloody War? Come on, you gotta remember Bloody War, dude.
Oh,
yeah, I'll tell you.
Mole Man, I love my Mole Man.
Oh, you too? That was my main character too as well.
It was just so cool. Cool concept of a character.
Yeah, I think Bloody War did not get enough. Just didn't get enough attention, man. It was such a good fighting game.
It came out at such a bad time. I think
it
when
did.
it was out, like Alpha 3 was out, Star Gladiator was out. Like it was hard to give it attention, and there were so many good arcade games at the time.
Yeah, but there was that. Also, what was it? Battle Arena Toshinden was also fun.
Yeah. I remember I played the crap out of the demo on PlayStation when it was on the demo disc.
Yeah,
I remember there was a cheat, like for the demo, where you could use Gaia and Show on like the demo build. Oh, we just played the crap out of it. It was so good.
Someone asked me what was my main in Tekken. Let's see. I play a lot of Law and Paul. Also, Huang as well. I play a lot of them as well. Just because I was really into like Taekwondo, and so like I've always, not that he was a great character, but it was just fun to play. But I've always pissed my brother off with like just changing stances all the time because. Like the mix-ups was cool. You said that'd be your guest, Law, bro. I mean, if you can be Bruce Lee, why not be Bruce Lee? I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So I would play like Law, a lot in attacking. I'd play Fei Long in the previous Street Fighters. Fei Long and Ken. I think the fighting game I probably spent the most time playing out of all those were probably Smash. I played a lot of Melee. Not seriously though. I didn't start competing until not Brawl, because Brawl was bad, but Smash 4 is when I actually started competing and like became not quite PGR player yet. It wasn't until Smash Ultimate that I really took it seriously, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna actually like go to regionals and like locals and try to do well and stuff. And I did, and then kind of COVID hit, and then that was kind of into that, because Smash Ultimate Online is a terrible experience. So I think like that was kind of it for me. I'm like, well, can't go to locals. I don't really want to grind it online all the time because the delay is so bad.
You ever go to the big tournaments like Evo?
No, I never could make it out to any of them. I did go to Big Blue, which was considered like a super regional, but nothing like nothing like Evo or any of those. Like, nah, those are definitely way out of my budget to go. Cause like it's because of where I live for the most part, and like how far away it was to travel, and like there was like nobody in my area that was going to there that I could just hitch a ride with, or room with or whatever. So yeah. Decoy says it was all about Xena on Nintendo 64. What was a good fight? Oh no, wait, I remember. Oh, Clay Fighter on 64. Was it on 64? No, sorry, Clay Fighter 63 and the third was on the 64.
Yeah,
the Clay Fighter,
the old ones were Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo, yeah. That was a good game. It was wildly inappropriate at the time. I mean, you didn't think about it that way, obviously, when you were younger. But like I remember going back and playing it. Obviously, it's like some years ago, but I was like, man, we played. I played this. Like, I mean, in terms of just some of the lingo and just like how inappropriate that would be considered today versus then at the time when we were kids and you just ignored half of what they were really saying, right? It was.
I can't even remember. Makes me want to YouTube that now.
Oh man, Frosty the Snowman, and was it Taffy? Had some really what would be
words.
Yeah, had some words. Yeah, for sure. And Patrick said, "Is this built on Maxroll?" Yeah, it is. It's a rapid fire built on Maxroll.
Hello.
Yo. Oh my god.
Dad Gamer just entered the chat. What up, Boiler?
So Boiler.
Sorry, I was messing with keybinds and settings and stuff. I couldn't hear you very well.
I was trying to do the same too.
Should probably go res. Yeah, I'll go Reggie. I got you.
Also used all our revives, so that's my bad.
Double res. Oh my gosh, we've been getting some bad luck.
On the boons, yeah. I don't.
Oh, the boons! Oh my gosh, that first one, I was like, restart.
Anyway, I don't have a lot to add to the fighting game conversation. I don't really play those. Not since like Killer Instinct. On the
Yeah,
64.
Killer. Yeah. Killer Instinct was yes. Who'd you play? Killer Instinct.
Saberwolf and Glacial. Glacier?
was-
Glacier? They did something really interesting, right?
Glacius.
Glacius, that's it.
Yeah, see, I play a lot of Saberwolf, Jago, TJ combo. My brother plays
How
Cinder.
did you play the new one?
Game's up your alley.
Huh?
Oh, I was curious if you played the new one as well.
Oh, you mean on the Xbox? No, I didn't.
Yeah, the Xbox.
Yeah, I actually never owned an Xbox. Actually, I think it was after. So here's the issue. So like me and my brother would play a lot, like together. Like we would. I'm about to show my age. Basically, every weekend we would rent games at Blockbuster for years, and so like we would just game all the time. Usually, being competitive. But since he was an older brother, like once he went to college, I was kind of like stuck by myself, and so I was like console gaming just didn't make too much sense anymore. So I started like, doing more of the PC stuff or PC gaming stuff to play with other people online at the time. So I kind of stopped with console gaming the moment that he kind of went to college. Because back then console still really wasn't really going online. So it was like, there was no realistic online and on the PlayStation 2 and that time, and even the first Xbox really didn't, that wasn't great. But yeah, it was just like, but yeah. AOL dial-up, my chat just say. Yo, I had all those discs. Like, how like you get like a 30-day free trial for the AOE disc? Yeah. So like they kept sending like a magazine, like like roughly like 2 or 3 magazines a month. So I would just take the AOL disc or like that, and then I would just like uninstall and then reinstall again for like the next free 30 days or whatever. It actually worked. Like a charm. I know, right? Yeah, it's crazy the divide in what platform you play on. Yeah, I mean, well, at the time, yeah, for sure. But I guess once I started PC gaming, who was that? Evil Scorpio? Appreciate the Prime. I think at the time, though, like, for me, once I got into PC gaming, the other consoles kind of like felt like similar, if that makes sense. So like I always kind of had like a Nintendo product with my PC, because I mean with Nintendo games it offered a different experience, so it's kind of like okay. And then obviously it also has Smash, and I was a big Smash fan, so it was like can't play that on PC, so definitely got to get a Switch, or definitely got to get a Wii or Wii U or whatnot alongside having my PC. But like the other stuff, it was kind of like very similar. It was like, I just felt like it wasn't a good investment for me to have the like a PS4 or whatever and a PC at the time, unless I was trying to play very specific exclusives early. But yeah. What character am I playing as? I am Rogue. So what did you grow up playing, Boiler?
Good question. I mean, it was a little bit of everything. Everything from like Pokemon to Doom, GoldenEye. I guess like when I first started like playing games, like trying to beat people, it was probably Halo, DC. But good little Blood Gulch action there.
Someone says Toe Jam and Earl.
I had D2. I lost a friend over Diablo 2 at some point.
Oh man, what?
He had the game, and the internet connection, and I ignored him a lot and just hung out with him. We were hanging out, quote unquote.
I'm sorry. That's probably not that funny, but like, I mean, just the way you say it, you're like, yeah, I chose D2 over my friend.
I mean, in retrospect, I was a bad person in that moment. But I was like, you know, young.
I got you.
Never played G1.
Because it says Golden Knight was only game out full 100% clear because it was the only 64 game I had the first 5 months I had it. Yeah, there were actually there are actually quite a few bangers on like the 64, man. I actually enjoyed some of the earlier titles, like Wave Race 64 was actually really good. I spent more time in just like the free like the free area, like not racing, just trying to do tricks on like the ramps and stuff. But that was such an underrated game. Pilot Wings was actually pretty good, believe it or not. But you had to do the button cheat combo to ride the dolphin. Yes, you did. You did. You did.
And you had Mario Kart 64 Classic, Diddy Kong Racing. I also liked a lot.
CT Scrapple should say, I swear I feel like misses don't exist. It's just a lot of tournament runs, honestly. Tournament bossing is actually easier this time around than it ever has been in the past. Not saying it's easy, but it's easy. It's easier than it once was. And also crafting your first mythic is actually pretty easy in terms of getting the sparks or whatnot. So your first mythics would be easier. Your mythics after that might be a little harder just because you have to grind. Zipper, my first game was RuneScape. You never owned any game stations growing up? Did you craft them? All good. Banjo-Kazooie was a lot of fun. Yes.
Let me ask, was I really loud there for a while?
You were good on my end.
Okay.
Good on mine too. Hopefully it's not too loud. I
haven't used much of the in-game chat to this point, so.
Someone says I want October 8th to be here now. I'm sure we all do.
What were you playing the most in PTR?
Barbarian.
Okay.
You don't believe me. He's like, no, he doesn't believe me. He's like, no way. No.
Infinite.
No, that was wrong.
Infinite. Okay, bro.
Getting to be a lot of builds per class now. So it's like,
Yeah.
Druid guy go do Druid things for a week straight until your eyes bleed.
Nah. I consider a bunch of different things. Mostly, I tend to lean toward things I'm like responsible for on Maxroll first. It's like, oh well, I wanna test out the this build, that build, this build, that.
Oh, sorry.
I have to write.
I'm having bad luck with this. With my masterworking for that. Sorry.
Masterworking, beautiful thing.
Okay. You're my good luck charm, boy.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm a little scared at the prospect of like having to go run nightmare dungeons when that doesn't work out.
Oh. I was just giving praise and love to Murak earlier. Just being able to like mass work with no worries.
Riptide's like smart
Hordes
answer.
have been spoiling us this season, I feel like.
keep Mrack. Mrack for Bayer. Bayer Mrack.
But yeah, kind of out of nowhere, Flesh Runner got a whole bunch of buffs, so it's going to be a new druid on the block, it looks like, next season.
What does Flesh Hunter do?
If you use the Shout skill, which is one of 2 of our defensive skills, it deals damage to poisoned enemies.
Oh, so like
We're
this,
just
so
gonna
like the
yell
shout
at 'em a
build.
bunch.
Oh yeah, that build. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
I'm pretty pumped, because it looks strong. It looks funny, but it's strong.
Yell at things to death.
I was looking at the chat. A lot of do was like, we could say, is Indoors Barrage or Heartseeker easier than clearing TA? Definitely Andy's is easier. Heartseeker you do have to try. Because it doesn't have as much AoE in general. You have to kind of force it yourself. So I'm out of potions again. I swear, I drink way too many potions too often. Not because I need to, but I'm just trigger happy, man. It's just...
You play PTR at all, Rich? And if so, what'd you play?
Played a lot. I was doing the updated lightning script, and then different variations of Dance of Vibes. Mainly,
you were
like,
playing.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun playing with like Dance of Knives, interaction with runes, like using Berserker, Tempers, and enchant rerolls, and getting some of the buffs to kind of like roll over.
Dance of Knives Dance of Knives looks like a lot of fun. I'm
Yeah,
glad
basically
Demon
got
Hunter's coming back.
God Demon Hunter, yeah, God DHs.
Yeah. It
It's
annoyed the
so-
shit out of my wife, I can tell you that.
Really?
Just because I was like,
Gotcha.
clicking. No, but it was, I think, the last day, just kind of like experimenting around and playing with like, Warcry, getting buffs, like putting Warcry on boots and then rolling like +8 on that, having crazy damage output from that.
Warcry seemed like a pretty popular pick among the runes, I would say.
Warcry and Petrify for sure.
Yeah, Petrify. And then the other thing was like Petrify also proccing, what's
No
the
Witness.
third? Yeah, No Witness, yeah.
Yep.
So it's like, it was just fun to kind of look and come across those things. But whenever I'd be on at the wee hours of the night, the one person I'd see on is like, backside. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, hey, you ever find a... And I just completely abandoned the idea of getting another Crux. So
I couldn't either. I couldn't either myself. I was
you know
just
what? It was for the better.
Oh yeah, getting this season's uniques in particular was rough. I needed a shard for something, and I was trying to hitting up the Obel vendor for a couple hours.
it was easier getting the mythic by far than it was a unique.
Yeah, we got a lot of good feedback from that. I mean, I was feeling it too. I'm like, oh. But Dance of Dives was fun. Just kind of like fidgeting with all the different stuff, and I think re-rolling at ease with like no real worry, like no cost association to it other than time. Like I felt was fun to play with.
So like, how like I don't know if I can really like ask this question, but like how's it feel? 'Cause, I mean, obviously, as you know, maybe as a like community manager, you might have played more updated builds of like, let's say the PTR that we had or whatnot. Like, how's it feel for you to kind of go back and play like a considerably older version of like
I honestly
of,
had, I just had fun because it was nice to kind of just be on the same playing field. I think
that's
a lot
fair.
of the times when I'm playing other builds, I'll be kind of just like by myself, like
Okay.
just in my. But then seeing like some of the interactions and
I mean,
honestly, like
you can always
everybody was
invite me
so
and bro
nice.
here. I'm just saying, wink, wink. We won't tell nobody at all. If you want to invite us to some, future build. I mean, I'm just saying, we'll
Like
keep you
I was
company.
trying to find certain pieces, and I just hopped on, and everybody was like so giving. I was like, oh, this is so nice.
I'm sure everyone linking their 4GA new Mythic Helm kept you
This is
company.
a realistic thing.
I know. The 4 Mythic GAs on day 1 was like it was the best. But then once Rack came out, it kind of like, okay, it's not as special. But that first day, it was pretty awesome. I didn't even want to tease myself, like playing with the 4 GA Mythic. I was like, it's gonna
Yeah.
feel too good.
Nah, I just stopped. I mean, I think the furthest I ever gotten was like a 2GA Starless Skies, maybe.
Did you hit it on what? Would you hit
So
the GA on?
for what I was trying to do, Lucky Hit and Attack Speed for victimized bills were basically the play there. So like that's what I hit it on. I was like, okay, cool. This is all I wanted. Most of the core skills on Rogue you really wouldn't really want to use Starless Skies on. Well, I'm gonna say most of it. Sorry, that I already had a GA core skill Starless Skies in my stash, so I was like, okay, well, I already have that one for like uh precision bills or whatever, or comma point bills. I needed one for victimize, so I did that much. But I think that's the first I went. So we could skip this boon.
Restart. Just restart. There's some people that I play with, and they just bring the most amazing luck when it comes to boons. I'm talking like just Hellborn after Hellborn, and then the best combos for like double elites on like the 3rd round. I'm just like, I'm only ever playing with you. Like, I really have to stop checking my audio alone.
Yeah, I mean, you sound fine here.
No, but I think between those two, I think that was most of my time spent. But I would say I was also just fidgeting with the rooms a lot. Like really just trying to see if there's anything funky, like with the low tier rooms. I think that's
Right. I think
usually where my general curiosity goes, like without going into like other people's strats or guides first.
yeah, I'm sure obviously tuning will be done later to a chunk of the runes and things. But it definitely was kind of hard to kind of experiment outside of the Premier 2, I guess, and trying to find some way to keep those Premier 2 runes up as much as you possibly can by using tempers and other classes. So, but I do think that the idea of the rune system and whatnot was actually really, really cool. It was a huge shot to kind of see that in the campfire chat. And whatchamacallit being super excited to talk about it. I was just like, what? And like, I mean, as someone who like barely play any D2, even I was excited because I always hear so much about, rune words and how people loved it, and well, there was like a love hate, I guess, depending on which rune words, I guess, were introduced when. But the idea of rune words in general were just beloved in general. It seemed like so.
Oh my Lanta, dude.
Yeah, I totally miss. I mean, I have fun in PTR, man, but I totally miss Inferno Horrors, man. Like I'm not a big pit guy, honestly. Like it's okay, but like Inferno Horrors is my jam, man. So like when I found out that Inferno Horrors was not gonna be on PTR because it was crashing the game and whatnot, I was like so sad. I was like, no, no.
I mean, when you're playing on retail, what modes are you playing the most?
Say what?
When you're playing on like this version, like the retail normal version, what modes are you playing the most outside of Hordes?
Hordes. It just kind of pretty much that's it. At this point, it's kind of. I think the thing is that I guess what I liked about Hordes is the fact that it's chaotic and it's like
it's crunchy, dude.
It is.
It's
Well,
crunchy.
They're really fun.
they
and
provide you
very
with a lot of different.
rewarding,
Yeah,
too, so.
they provide you with like a lot of different scenarios that you won't really otherwise get anywhere else. So like, for me, I have these really quirky personal challenges I like to do where it's like, oh well, let me do this without Terriel's might, or can I do it with
that's cool.
with under 20k HP or whatever? Can I do it zoomed in the entire time? Like and like this is all like T8, right? So like,
That's fun.
but it's like I told my chat one day I'm gonna try to do this blindfolded. Just doing it like with audio because of the fact that obviously because like if you're since the like the map doesn't change itself, right? So like as long as I can kind of hear where the mobs are, I can kind of get an idea of like somewhat of what to do. So that'd be actually kind of fun. But like it's just like I don't know, like it presents itself with a lot of different scenarios that allows you to be able to do things like that, where like it's not just a complete gear check. Understanding the scenarios allows you to kind of be able to conquer it. So like I kind of like stuff like that where it's like, oh, I can outscale this scenario, I can outscale that scenario, and like sure, I'm probably in the minority with that, but to me that drives me back to playing Inferno Horrors over and over and over again because it's and I love Hades type things, so like roguelikes and stuff. So the ideas of being able to choose big boons are always fun.
Hades 2, I'm waiting for to come out for Switch.
I played on.
That for me was such a fun Switch game for me.
I played early access Hades 2.
How was it? What'd you think?
So they definitely improved on the original game. There is
Really?
Yeah, they did for sure. That the interesting thing about it is that like you can play Hades 2 and Hades 1 individually and not feel like they're like the same game. So like let's say they can be standalones, which is actually quite interesting. I find.
Amazing.
But I had a lot of fun with it. Just when you think it couldn't get any better, it does. which is crazy.
I'm very excited for it.
I got whacked.
Okay. Yeah, Hades was one of those games where just like every build had just so much charm. Like I looked at him like shield, like what the hell would I use shield? Next like shield's freaking good.
I know, right?
And then next week it's like fists. I'm like, fists, I don't know about fists. And then you come together with some comps. They're like, oh my god, fists is godlike. And then like all this is happening. Like your general skill for the game is just building up and building up. It just I don't know, just a continuous loop.
What was most impressive is the fact that like you could. I'll get ahead. Sorry.
Oh no.
Like the dialogue, like you almost never ran into like kind of like a like a repeat dialogue. Like so, like each time you do a run or you die or whatnot, like you come back and like the dialogue is always different. Like
Yeah.
I can't imagine how long it took them to kind of put that much dialogue in the game. Like it was always fresh, man. Every time you play it, I was just like, oh, this is great. But yeah, Hades
so
got
cool.
me got me into other roguelike games, and that's kind of what I do now, like during the downtime of like seasons or whatnot. Like when it gets towards the back end of seasons, I kind of start checking out some roguelikes on stream now, because it's like
Have you?
I didn't realize how much fun I was having, or I didn't even know I would like a genre like that until I played Hades. I'm like, man, what have I been missing all this time?
Have you played Vampire Survivor?
Actually, I have not.
You have not. Oh,
No.
do it.
It's
I've
pretty
done
different
like
from what you're talking about, but my vote in that genre is Risk of Rain.
I played Risk of Rain too. I played Returnal. Returnal was actually a ton of fun. I still have yet to beat it. I sort of beat it. If you know what I mean, obviously. You kind of beat it but didn't in a sense. But then you got what was it? Dead Cells was really good too. Corey says I need to check out Gundam or Gunfire Reborn. Is that a roguelike too?
Actually, Risk of Rain 2 put out a new expansion. I noticed I was just browsing games today, and the reviews were not positive on it. I guess there were a lot of bugs with it coming out the gate.
Yeah, I saw Moxie play it a little bit because I think he played it for like a day or two, and I wasn't really impressed. Of course, there's a first-person shooter roguelike, so kind of like Returnal-ish. Alright, I got like one more in me, and then I'll call it.
I think I have to call it down actually.
Okay. Okay. Well, cool. Hey, I mean, if you're on and you want to play, just holla.
Yeah, I think it.
I'm done with all experimentation and whatnot. I'm literally just killing things to be killing things. That is it. at this
I think
point.
the only thing I need is a triple stat neck for my rogue. But then I can
What
and even then, I don't need it.
What build are you playing?
Oh. What the hell am I playing? I'm playing Andy.
Andy's- Okay, so you need. Okay, all right. I know what you need. All right.
What do I have? Let's
Vertai says killing things on Druid win.
see.
I
But
can't.
yeah, I'll hit you guys up anytime I'm down to play.
All right, man. Well, you have a good night.
Oh yeah, you too.
Yeah, GG's.
Yeah, every season I always say it. It's like I'm gonna make a druid, and then never get around to it. But the end of the week I will. You heard it here. You can clip it. Post it at the
All right,
top.
I'll be back at the end of the week, Di. I expect things.
So I don't really know which version of Landslide I should play, but whatever works great with movement and stutter stepping is what I want to do. Whatever, I don't know what that is, but whatever
Movement
it is,
instead of what?
like movement and or stutter stepping of some sort. Like if I can stutter step Landslide of some sort, that'd be great.
Well, the reason you see things, reason you see people standing still a lot is because of this ring. So this ring makes a little circle on the ground every time you cast Landslide on your target, right? And casting more landslides in that circle makes the build go better.
Okay. How big is that circle?
Not big. Close, I would say. It's about the size of close.
That's actually not too bad. I mean, I could start a step inside a circle. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Well, the point is you just want to keep casting in that circle, so that's why you see a lot of people mostly planting their feet. So if you can stutter step and keep your target, I guess it's fine. Yeah, this build isn't particularly fast. What do I got here? I've got
Oh, I don't
170 ms.
I don't necessarily have to be zooming by any means, but oh wait, Filthy's back on Blender. I heard the challenge accepted and dies. You did. Yeah, I mean, as long as I can like, um, as long as I can, you know, like, yeah, I mean, I could still step in a circle. I mean, I've had to do that in D3 all the time with the Oculus ring. So I mean, if it's about that size or bigger, I think I'm cool. You installing Marvel right now? Nice. How much does anyone know how much a stack of Malignant Hearts go for? No idea.
Probably a lot, though. That seems to be like the most expensive boss material because people aren't really doing whispers this season.
Even more expensive than blood? I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Huh.
You can get blood a lot faster than you can get hearts.
Wish they kept the treasure goblins. It makes the game so much more fun. Oh, you mean the extra treasure goblins? I wish they had like the different types of treasure goblins like they did in D3. Like not necessarily like, I know that's bringing another D3 concept. But I guess maybe expand upon the type of goblins we have now, I guess.
Yeah, I'd like a Matt Goblin. That sounds good.
Something
Maybe
along
add
those lines.
tempering recipes to their pool if it's not already.
It's fun when you get excited to see a goblin. I think the thing is that there does need to be a somewhat of a rarity in that sense. Only just because like if you see him too much, you no longer get excited. I think the reason why they were exciting when the event came is because we barely see him in the first place. So when the event came, it's like, oh, great. And now we actually get to see the goblins, right? And so like when it's limited time, I think it's cool at that rate. But if it was always like that, we'd be kind of numb to the idea of that many goblins all the time, right? So at that point, they just become a regular mob that we kill. It just pops in randomly every now and then. The bag of goodies. But yeah, I mean something probably in between might be a nice change. Nah, but I do think I'm gonna actually probably hang it up for the night though. Gonna keep my streams a little shorter just so that I don't burn myself out.
It's the offish season, right?
Yep. So it's like I want to play, I want to kill things, but I also want to reserve.
And it won't be that long till we got to get to writing either.
Yeah. You tell who you telling? But
Man. Well, I'm gonna crash then too. Thanks for having me.
yeah, man, it was fun. All right, stream. We're gonna
Catch you
read
around.
out. Yeah.
Make it
And you are available this weekend, right? Or at least part of the weekend.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be asking for your help, of course.
Sounds good. I'll probably got gear for you too.
Oh, sweet. Nice. All right. Well, see you then.
Later.
All right. There's who to go to. We might go to Fame this time. Yeah, we'll go to Fame. She's cool. I wonder how many characters she's got to level 100 now. I think she had more level 100 characters than like anybody I know. Just for the hell of it. Oh, she's actually playing Andy's rogue. Looks like. I think. Or physical. No, physical. Andy's physical? No. I see like some mix of. That looks like physic. I don't even know. Probably physical. All right. Anyhow, I will see y'all tomorrow night. We'll do much of the same. I'll probably end up playing some Heartseeker. I guess I honestly just didn't feel like building it. Apparently, I was doing something different. And I just didn't feel like building it again. So I was just like, you know what? We'll just hop on what's already built. And at the time, that was Cold Barrage and Cold Rapid Fire. So I'm like, all right, we'll play that tonight. I'll probably play some more Heartseeker just because Heartseeker is going to be obviously different next season. For better and for worse. So, but anyhow, enjoy Fame. I'll see y'all later. And as always, till next time.